Alright. I need to try and fix this overlay before we get into C++. I think background music might be a little bit loud. That's better. G'day, Orcarus. I haven't removed it, Orcarus. I've turned it off for the moment, just because I need to figure out what's going on with this overlay. This new overlay. For some reason, it's saying that it's failing to compile the Twitch service. But only when I export it. Now, this is an example. So we don't care about the example. But when it's exported, it throws this. Howdy. Howdy, hey, Cobbler. How you doing? Let's see, we've got identifier editor interface not declared in current scope. I don't know what's happening with this. Failed to compile dependent scripts. But why? Like, why is this failing to... Where to first at? I have it turned off at the moment, just so that I can get this fixed, and then we can enable it. Yeah. Your stream just started, and you were in the middle of the convo. Correct. I don't know why this is failing to compile. So it's saying what add-ons Twitch service GD, which is you, failed to compile. Twitch reward service 177. Editor interface. Why? Is this because... Hang on. So this is the Twitch service. Have you checked if there's an update for that add-on? I mean, there might be. But I'm pretty sure I installed it through here. So if there was an update, it should be popping up being like, hey, there's an update. 251. I think that's the version that I have. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I've already got. The description might be right. No, so that's for, like, this validate that you see. This validate is just for my OAuth tokens scope. Okay, so that's just for the OAuth token that's making all the API calls and event subs and stuff like that. The error that it's outputting is to do with some editor interface, which tells me that it's trying to export or include something that it shouldn't. Because if I run it through the Godot editor, it runs perfectly fine. It's only when it exports. So I think editor interface refers to something in the Godot editor. I've already gone through all of this. You can begin adding Twitcher nodes like that and that to your scenes using their features. So is that the issue? Is the issue the fact that under here I need to add node, or actually delete that. Which service? So Twitch event sub. This isn't how we've done it before. There's no overlay at the moment, Sammy. So TTS isn't going to work. Get rid of that. The secret word hint. I'm not going to give it out at the moment because the overlay's not running. Therefore, your redeems of the secret word are not going to work. Yeah. You can all wait. Or... So this here... We have a look at the OAuth scopes. See how that's got all of this. Preset overlay scopes. There we are. But under here, Twitch OAuth scopes, that's what we need. So if I just paste all those there. Now the problem we're going to have, it's not an export thing. I'm gonna save this in here as that. You deal with that. You have all that. We need the media loader as well. Twitch media loader. I think that just uses, yeah, Twitch image transformer. It sets all that up. You can use that. All of that's correct. That's all fine. You're using the local token handler, which is good. You're referencing that. So. If I get rid of that. We select that. Let's see. The error. Start on a null value. Can't call method start on a null value. Auth token handler 82. Huh. Interesting. After this, we're going to be going on to trying to get Jolt's distance constraint working as our interaction logic. So that's using that. I wonder if it's because of this. No, it wouldn't be because of that, because it doesn't print anything there. Is it talking about that one? Which service chat? Where's it called from? Body 79. That one. Why is that saying that it's should be called directly from Twitch service chat? If that's the case, that breaks. Hang on, that breaks some stuff. That's not right. I don't know what this is either. Okay, before using that, you need to add the node to your scene tree. It's recommended to add it to your main scene where it can be an auto load singleton. Adding it as a regular node helps avoid polluting the auto loads and allows for better testing of individual scenes. Because it uses an instance pattern, it is still globally accessible as long as the node is in the scene tree. Right. Let's piss that off. close you. Twitch service instance. Okay. I wonder if that's the problem. If we need to do this. Twitch service instance. Oh, I'm gonna have to update all of this. This might take a hot minute. And I don't even know if this is gonna work. I assume it will. Is which service instance? That should be all that. Where is it? There it is. So we got to go through and we've got to make sure that all of this is using that. Fix overlay, that's currently what we are doing. Okay, so that should be HUD projection, that's all fine. Chat. What about TTS stuff? We have previous characters that you just haven't seen for a long time coming back. All right, let's have a look. Twitch. I just want to see if there's anywhere else that's needs needs to be updated. Service instance. That one right there. And then they're all of our settings. This one here also needs service instance. There we are. All right. That is everything updated. Before we do this, one thing I want to do in our settings menu, our title here, we don't want that to be secret. Let's export this again. And let's see what happens. What just... documents exports overlay. Nope. General settings, general settings, general settings. Okay. So apparently, here. I wonder why these ones didn't pop up before when I was looking for them. Whoops. This one here. Didn't even get a cam. Correct. Do we get chair again? Maybe. Maybe. Redeem settings. I feel like this would... Oh. Cool. Alright. Try it again. Nope, still errored and now it's crashing. It's still complaining about editor interface. So I don't know what this wants. Added that, added that. Added that, added that. We have a Twitch IRC. Configure and inspector. Select Twitch service in Godot editor. In the inspector panel, you must assign the required resources. Yep. Yep. None of that helps. Navigate to project tools, Twitch is set up. Yep. I've already done all of this. Already got all of that set. if I run it here, it works. It's only when I export it that it breaks. And this doesn't make sense. But there's not. Like, there's really no export settings that I need to change. It's not like there's something in the export settings that says include this thing. I'm exporting it as a runnable program. So it's exporting it as a 64-bit executable. And we're embedding the PCK into the executable. That's still referencing that. Two truths and a lie. I'm inclined to believe they're all going to be lies. I tested it this morning. It was actually pretty good. It was actually pretty good. All right. So we've added it to the scene. We know it's the first thing in the scene. I wonder. I wonder if these are trying to access something before this node is set up. But no, because then it would still crash in... It would still crash in the editor if I tried to run it. No, still crashed. So it's not that. Editor interface not declared in current scope. What do you mean? Let's see. Twitch auth. We want to go to 147. It's this thing here. Editor interface. It's trying to access this thing. But this is only for the editor. You can't use this outside of the editor. So... What up, Adam? Or Saddam? Either or. What is this? Why is the overlay being shit? Why does Twitcher not want to connect? Add a guard then. This isn't my code. This isn't my code, and I'm not gonna go modifying the add-ons code. Like, this is part of the add-on itself. That's why I'm so confused. Like, why would that exist? OS looks good. Thank you. It's Arch Linux with Hyperland. Yeah. So, do that. Here we go again. He uses Arch. Never hear the end of it. You know it. You're never going to hear the end of it either. Alright, so if engine is editor hint, it's this here that's failing. Is editor hint. Returns true if the script is currently running inside the editor, otherwise returns false. This is useful for tool scripts to conditionally draw editor helpers or prevent accidentally running game code that would affect the scene state while in the editor. So, to detect whether the script is running on an editor build, such as when pressing F5, use OS has feature with the editor argument instead. OS has feature. Evaluate true both when script is running and okay. So let's have a look. Editor is not in our feature list. I'm just going to throw that in there. We're going to do an export. Never should have gotten an NVIDIA card. Now I can't even game on Linux. Yes, you can. Oh my god. So I got something in my eye too. Oh, Jesus. Get a Steam machine so I can get the worst possible gaming experience in the big 2026. Alright, let's see. If I run that here now, it's gonna error, crash, and it didn't even print that. I get rid of that and export that again. I just want to see if that space, like if that blank line is what it's... No, it wasn't that blank line. So it doesn't even print that out. What up, Amar? Are you living in the Stone Age right now? No, I don't think anywhere on Earth is living in the Stone Age at the moment. Use normal print. Shouldn't matter. Like, try it. Let's see. Export this. Why am I not using Claude code? Because I know how to code. Only people that LARP as programmers use AI to do their code for them. That doesn't print anything either. You know how to code too? I doubt it. I'm pretty sure that's just what you tell yourself when you go to sleep at night. So this is a lie from Godot. I'm going to change it to OS has feature editor. See, OS has feature editor. You don't have to be like that, bro. I mean, you don't have to be you either, but you choose to be. So... so that doesn't fix it either. No matter what, it keeps trying to access the editor interface. That's an interesting one. I wonder if that's a bug with Godot 4.7. It's true if scripts currently run inside the editor, which we know it's not. Which means it should be getting the engine main loop. Yeah. Choose to drive cars on the Aero to bicycle. I hope you understand. I do understand, but if you don't know how to drive a car, you're going to have nothing but accidents. So enjoy crashing. Let's see. How do we correct that? Engine is editor hint. Very strange. Well, that's the thing though, Orcris. It should be using this. It should be using that. Engine is editor hint should only be true if the script is running inside the editor. So removing that part of the code doesn't actually get us to an actual solution. It just bypasses the issue and kicks the can down the road. I don't like kicking the can down the road. Kicking the can down the road is yucky. Is editor hint. Because that's saying that the GD extension class are being run in the editor. That could be related. Example in GD script. Executes lifecycle methods while created in any way other than proxying. Yeah, that's not our problem. Changing it to OS has feature doesn't fix it either. I'm gonna check something. I'm not reducing the version. So this is 4.7. Like 4.7 stable. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't my custom build. That's just LSP stuff. I don't care about that. This is what we're gonna do. Local share. Remote away. Logs. Even the log doesn't have the output of the print. Here's what we'll do. And close these out. Print. Print engine is editor hints. So if I run this, that's going to output true and false. Connection menu 10 ready, and then it prints false. So hang on. That's saying that when I run it with F5, it's not running in the editor. What? Okay, so that's not it being run in the editor. The editor is only this here. So now if I export that, and then we do that, it says false. It printed false. Good night, Jersey. It printed false again. So yeah. False. False. Right there. False. False. It said false. So what? Why is it complaining about editor interface if false? What? Is it just because it's not declared? That wouldn't make any sense. Surely not. I really don't want to go editing the code. Editor toaster in Twitch service reward. Twitch reward service. Where's the editor toast? 77. If that's gonna be so stupid. How you doing, Doru? What's a holoframe? It's going to be a comedic narrative puzzle game that makes you think of Portal and Stanley Parable combined. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, are you actually kidding me? Oh my god, I hate that. I'm gonna raise that to Carney. I'm gonna tell Carney about that, because that has hurt my head severely. Maybe just get this stuff set up. Get rid of the background too. You just have me there. There we go. Oh my god. That's very frustrating. I'm going to bring that up with Carney in a second, since they're streaming at the moment. Actually, no, I want to close that completely. My goodness. You got a haircut? I did. Well, I didn't get a haircut. I cut my hair. Yeah. I got my clippers out and I just went bzzz. Yeah. Yes, I get reset to a previous state. Let me change this. Alright, time for people to redeem first. Make sure that all of this works. Okay, so first came in, but it didn't update there. It says that it's connected. says it's connected, but it's not connected. Interesting. It's alright, Orchrus. I'll update your first count. I'll update the number of firsts you've redeemed in the database manually. Yeah, nothing's working at the moment. Not sure why. It has all the same scopes as the other one. What if we disconnect and then reconnect? Okay. Give me a second, still no secret word. Weird. Let's see, if we run it from here... rid of those. We go... It's not coming in. Oh my god. We will get to the C++ today, don't you worry about that. DTS character. Okay. Run this. That. Hop over into remote. Command. Command is an answer. Alias is an answer. Oh, hang on. That doesn't work either. Okay, so... I wonder if it's failing because the command's not being received. Ah. No. Okay, so maybe what I need to do is go TTS command. Can I like tear down the command or something? Because 2 lower. The command should be the lower version. Oh, but then I do that. Whoops. Get rid of that. That is a Twitch event listener. So in here, start listening, stop listening. Is there a connect by default? Oh. There isn't a connect by default. GTS command event sub. Which service instance? Event sub. Was there not a start listening? Which event listener? Start listening. Okay, so no, this does get the Twitch event sub instance and updates it. And that's when it calls update list. Okay, so update event sub. Okay. But I think it's because I'm not telling them exactly what they are. Our living room is under siege from ants. Hoping to God the liquid traps work. You wish. You wish. Where's my head at? My head has taken a hiatus. It's on a break. It has decided that it's just going to leave me as a disembodied voice today. Quite rude, to be honest. Very muchly rude. Let's go. Which event listener? Command with that. Aliases. Do that. And we change this to TTS command after we do add child. TTS command. Nope. Command with variant of type string on a base of type object. What not? What's command supposed to be? Hang on. Oh, sorry, you're a Twitch command, not a Twitch event listener. My bad. Twitch command. So the alias is an array of strings. The command. Oh, command. Yep. Yep, I see. Twitch command create. Do you have a teardown or something? You don't have a teardown. Okay, so we're going to create it. As a Twitch command. Create, which can be Twitch service instance event sub. Command name can be you. The callable. I assume the callable is what we're connecting to. Command received, connect callable. Yep, perfect. We do that, and then we do TTS command. Was there anything in here for prefixes? Nothing in here for prefixes. Prefixes defaults to the exclamation, so we don't need to touch that. What we will need to change is case insensitive to true. We add that. We have that, okay. Still doesn't work. Why not? Oh my god, why not? I'm gonna have to update my... Let's see. There we go. Update that. Fixing overlay before C++. Why does that not work? Didn't even print that. Run it again. TTS is enabled. You have no aliases, but you do have announcer. ACID sensitive chat. Does have Twitch event sub. Anyone can use it. I think that's what that means. Do I need to select that? See how it's still not printing anything? Anyone can use it. ACID sensitive is on. There's no cooldown. And get rid of these because we already know that's working. That's just polluting our output. Get rid of those. Helpers, try connect, TTS command received. Process TTS. Doesn't print anything. Why are they not being received? I have a feeling there's a problem further up. That's defaulted to no one being allowed to use it. Even though it says here, permission flag everyone. What? It defaults to everyone being allowed to use it, but it doesn't allow anyone to use it. Mission. Everyone. If I force it to be everyone, is that gonna change it? No. This doesn't make sense. I'm gonna have to change this around, I think. Get rid of all this. Ed. T. Demon. I wonder if... No, that shouldn't need it, because the command prefix should take care of it. Oh, go away. Oh, go away. Which? No, it's nothing to do with that. Don't worry. You just don't need to worry. Character. Which command? Then we can take all of this. Pop them here. This can be... And under here, We also go helpers try connect, commands get that, command received, go speak, process TTS. Still nothing. Why? What's its issue? You're going to be setting up read chat messages, read chat, write chat, single command like lurk. Yeah. Uses that. Is it because of how we have chat set up? Place some breakpoints? No. No, that's a whole nother issue. Attaching breakpoints and stuff. I know that it's... Oh, actually, this will be it. Switch connected. See that? That's going to admit that. Then you're going to be called from here. I'll try calling that on a call third.
Test.
So that's the issue. That's our issue. Our problem is that the chat isn't connecting. So we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oops. What I can do is go if Twitch service is authenticated, Twitch connected. Back under here. Get rid of those. Add our Twitch events list, no, our Twitch command, and go TTS command, like so, all of them. It does say Twitch connected. But then the problem becomes this. Process TTS not being called. From that, Ed has Ed, the Twitch event service, but it's not. Strange. Very, very strange. Okay, so there's something else going on now. Chat happens before TTS, so chat will have its connection all set up. Twitch chat, invalid access to property or key event on a base object of type nil. So it's a problem here. The event sub in the API, I guess. Which event sub instance? Okay. Also, I'm just realizing I'm not using my try connect here. I really should. I need to get into the habit of that. Only use my try connect. Because that prevents us having random errors down the track. I can probably also move these three here. Twitch chat event sub equals Twitch service instance event sub Twitch chat API Twitch service instance API. Still nothing. What about unsetup? Like, why do we care about that? Because that's going to be under our connections menu. Right there. Never mind. Cool. I was like, is there an typo inside the plugin that I'm unaware of that I need to correct? Like, so this here, we're gonna do print debug, Twitch chat, then sub, Twitch chat API. I want to make sure that prints resources. So that does have the event sub and the API. So we know for a fact that that's there. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to make sure everything else is set up first. But that still isn't working. Even though we know... Like, we know it does this. We know it goes through here because we saw that print out. Someone say, like, just put in whatever. Just me, maybe I need to book to check my eyes tomorrow. That's something I haven't done for ages. Okay, so see how the chat's not even detecting messages. This isn't detecting any messages at all. No message received coming in at all. Because is that the IRC? I'm going to add an event listener. Go. Chat received. I wonder if that's bedugged. Bedugged. That's how I spelled it, right? Yeah. I watched that 2024 Monster Mash movie. Oh my god, that is the pinnacle of a movie being good because it's bad. Loved it. Okay, so that does have that note. So if I change that, I go message received, but it's a dictionary. And we have a look at Twitch API. The percent means unique name. So you can access that node via its name in your GD script or your C#. you don't have to worry about assigning it to an onReady or to an export or accessing it via the node path with the $sign. It just creates a shorthand for you. Subscription types. Channel chat message. So we receive this stuff here. Then we've got the fragment still. So we can go chatter user name. Data chatter username. Data user login. This is the problem here. We got this. Let me undo that. Actually, let's go. Which chat message from JSON. I'm gonna pass in data because data is going to use. Data is using like this thing here. What's your problem? It's like it only works after I disconnect and reconnect. Undo that. Get rid of that. Nothing. Simply simulate a disconnect, reconnect click. So my question for you, Wix, why? Why should I simulate that instead of fixing the issue? G'day Cam, how you doing? Because, I mean, that could theoretically fix it. Like, or not fix it, that could theoretically bypass the issue and allow us to keep things working. But it's not fixing the actual issue, which is that it should be connected. It's next Friday, not today. Well, at least it's done. At least it's done, Cam. But it should be subscribing anyway. Two truths, one lie. All right, give me a second and we'll test that out. We're working on, like, I'm not even going to respond to that actually. You can read Cam. I'm sure you can read. Okay, so that's not doing its thing. Yes, webcam has always been part of the overlay. That's how we have the virtual body, like the webcam track underneath the virtual body, and why the BRB tracks to the virtual body, and why we're able to easily change colors and swap the position of where the camera is and stuff like that. Give me a category for the 2 truths, 1 lie, Cam. Me as a kid? Hitbotnik doesn't know about me as a kid. So... it's something for Hitbotnik. Not for me. It literally says Hitbotnik, 2 truths, 1 lie. The description even says, we will ask Hitbotnik for 2 truths and 1 lie on a specific topic. Tell me 2 truths and 1 lie. On the topic of technology. I didn't see it. I misunderstood. You did see it because it pops up when you go to redeem it. You just didn't read. Let's see. AI will write our poetry soon. Silicon Valley is actually a forest. My beard requires daily polishing with beeswax. You don't have a... all of those are lies. All of those are lies. Like, obviously 2 is a lie. 2 is a lie. You also don't have a beard, which makes 3 a lie. And 1 is... questionable. Jesus Christ. Stupid. Stupid Hitbotnik. Hypno, more like Groucho, am I right? I mean, Sammy, the amount of times I have to tell people what I'm doing, even though I have like 4 things put up all over the place being like, this is what we're doing. And people still ask. Hey, did you see the school teacher that was teaching seniors that had a breakdown because the seniors that he was teaching couldn't read or write? So this doesn't make sense. The chat services connect is subscribing, but it's not. Can be null. The owner of the access token will be used to send the message, aka the current user. If I just turn those off. We go under here. Twitch chats. What does connect button do? It runs the Twitch service authentication. It checks if it's authenticated, and if it's not authenticated, it authenticates. If it is authenticated, it like deauthenticates. It tears stuff down. I'm already forcing it on Ready, Wixia. That's already something that happens. Right here. Ready. If it's authenticated, then we set it up to be authenticated. If it's not authenticated, then we set it up as a connect button. Okay, so when we connect, like when we run this, and the button says that it says disconnect, that means that it's authenticated. Don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. Airing console, because I've unset this. That's because I've just removed that. Okay. Now that I've set those back again, gone. But that doesn't fix the issue. Yeah. And if I disconnect and reconnect, that also doesn't fix the issue. See? So, don't worry about it. I will get it fixed. We can talk about other stuff while I fix it. Okay? We can talk about other stuff. Because anything else is just going to pull me away from what the actual issue is. Let's see. Where was I up to? No, I need to open menus. So chat connects first and then TTS connects. Let's see. That's after I disconnect, isn't it, that message? I do that, then I press F8. Let's see what happens. Test. There's nothing there. The TTS creates that, which means my TTS character, delete that. We run this. Up to here. You say that no one can use it. I turn that on. Still nothing. I wonder if it's because of that. It shouldn't be because of... That's gonna be it. That's going to be it. That is going to be it. Under here, there you go. TTS command. Listen to chat rooms. Append. Twitch service. Instance. Current user. Login. All right. Let's see. Await Twitch service instance. Get current user. Let's see what happens here. Still nothing. So if I disconnect, and I reconnect, faulty test, still nothing. So that doesn't do anything. Ed test. Oh my god. Why is this so much harder than previous setups? Like, Twitcher was not this difficult to set up previously. And now they've changed it. Now Carney's changed it around to be like a singleton Twitch service, like instance value. And now it just doesn't want to work, no matter what I do. Settings. Going to assign a non-object variable to variable type Twitch user GD. What? You return Twitch user. Why is it not able to find me? So it's like it's failing to get my user. See how it's... There is no... I wonder if that requires an extra scope. It must require an extra scope. Moderators. Tips, warnings. There's get current user. Force refresh. Get current user via API. Get users null. So if we have a look at the API or get users, information about one or more users. If you don't specify IDs or login names, the request returns information about the user in the access token, if you specify a user access token. To include the user's verified email address in response, you have to do that. Requires app access token or user access token. So, what we're going to do, we're going to have a look. Past result. Response. Whatever. Okay, Godot is locking up on me. Godot went crashy bye-byes on that one. So what's next? It's going to get current user. That's right, I've got to do that now. Current user. Nothing. Nothing. So no matter what, current user is empty. Why? Already got that stuff. The Twitch Inspector automatically load the current user when empty. Default user.
Test.
Okay, so that worked. But only after refresh. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna add a exit tree. Twitch service. Instance. Unset up. Let's see what happens with that. Oh, it's still connected. Okay. That's not going to work. It's going to piss that off.
Test.
All right, cool. So, what I'm going to do under here, I'm going to force it to unset up. So every time when we start up the overlay, we're tearing it down. We're tearing down the current authentication. All right, now the other thing we need to do is figure out why these aren't loading. Because Ed does have those set. All size keep aspect. Under here, what's your error? Problems with call and get channel emotes. Valid auth, invalid auth, that's fine. Don't care about that. Don't care about that right now. Your position. Move you up up there. Your eyes don't have sprite frames. Interesting. Eye frames and mouth frames. Eye frames and mouth frames. So they are set. They are set. So why aren't they appear? Like, why is it saying that they're not? Ah, that's why. Yeah. We change this to iframes, mouth frames. Mouth frames is not null. Mouth frames are not null. Mouth frames and eye frames. Different iframes. All right. It's not connected. It connects up.
Test.
There we are. So chair doesn't work. Whoa. Why did that give Wixia a raid shout out?
Test.
Okay, so the alias for chair lean isn't working. If character is chair lean, we can go TTS command aliases append TTS command. No, just be chair. All right. Now we need to have a look at why that gave you a shout out. So the messenger is received. Let's see. Set up the shout outs. Set up shoutouts. General settings. Chat. Okay, so here we go if we know under here if already shouted or shoutouts does not have username, we don't shout them out. Which that's actually something I should put up on here. We go if shoutouts as username, settings, instance, general settings, shoutouts as message chatter user login to lower. There we go. Export that. Let's see what happens here. I can go bottom right. Chat stays bottom left. That's right. That's right, Sammy. There's Chairleen, Witch, Colty, Ed, and Demon back. 32. Now, chat's not showing messages. That's the other thing that we need to fix. Of course it's not working. Of course we export it and it stops working. Oops. Why? Ah, that's why. Okay, that's a bit of a whoops. That's a whoops on my part. Where are we? Close these out. Not way out menu. Settings menu. TTS enabled is using that camera group, which it shouldn't be. So whenever I turn on the camera, it would turn the TTS off. Okay, bottom right. We haven't connected yet. Now we can connect it up. And then we can do demon test.
Test.
Demon's over there, though. Why is Demon over there?
Test.
Why are you still over there? What up, Anders? This is our Godot overlay. Yes. Why are they appearing over that side? That should only be triggering when lip occurs. So TTS, lip is called from move camera. We're flipping it. Top left or bottom left. Okay. Close that. And then we need to figure out what's happening with chat. Why the chat messages aren't popping up. So if we get rid of that, turn on the camera, put myself down there.
Test.
Excellent. There you are. Big ass bastard too. And he's in front of me as well, so... They are pretty big.
Test.
What do you reckon? Are they too big? Do we need to shrink those characters down a little bit? I feel like we need to shrink them by probably half.
I am bigger than life. I need to be paying attention.
Yeah, I think I need to reduce them by half.
It's good to be back.
I know, right? Your voice is more annoying than previously. I'll leave that up for the time being. What we'll do is I will tweak this. Alright. Now the issue with doing that we're going to change this. That should be fine. I can probably shuffle. So Colty can probably go 950 now, which 300, 750. Scale the entire image down. The entire image does already scale down. Demon, we can probably move to 1700. There we go. All right. Now, why don't we have chat messages appearing? That's the next thing we need to figure out. So we're going to close that. $11 rids of type texture release. I think that's just because of how I'm closing it. Chat. $500, $400, $680. That's the default. What we're going to do... We're not changing any of that. We're instead just going to go... Chat view. Set anchor. Reset is new anchor. Now if we so that's where the chat view is. Top right, it just disappeared. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Be down there. Select the chat view. Top right, top left, bottom left. Okay. So that's putting it where it needs to go. There's the chat container. We're not on time pressure. You can spend time what you like. Yeah, it's pretty nice, isn't it? Let me connect this back up so that we have everything. All right, now we're connected. Now you should be able to start doing stuff.
Test.
Now they're moving up too much. They're too high now. Black Demon got a makeover. This is our original demon. I don't know why chair's not working.
Test.
It is working. And you see how the eyes and the mouth aren't lined up now. That's another problem. There's also nothing coming in under the chat container. Why can't you use those? Have a look at TTS command. Everyone's allowed to use them. There's no global cooldown. Huh. That's even more confusing.
No cooldown. No cooldown.
So mods and myself can use the commands, but no one else can. Even though the permission level is set for everyone to be able to use it. Why? Why? Not mind-blowing, it's mind-numbing. Try it again. No, it's... The permission levels are fucked. Permission levels are not working. Permission level. As permission. Pre-mission. Pre-mission required. Okay. Okay. Let's try this again.
Test.
Says permission level is 31. And that's my permit. No, hang on. And then for you, Wixia, it said 31 as well. Hang on. I think... Swear to God. I think having all of them ticked means that you have to have, like, mod level permission to run it.
Test.
Give it a try, Chicky and Wix.
Permission test.
Fucking Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. So, that there, all of them being ticked, means that only myself and moderators are allowed to use the command. That means everyone's allowed to use it. Okay. At least we figured that out. You can be 300. Give me 300. Give me 300. I'm gonna update this to be something else. Wait amount. 300. I'm going to snap. Alright. So we have that fixed. They're only going to go up 300 now. But why are these now out of whack? Because they're half. But now... Oh, actually, 300 over 800. Nope. What would that be? 3 on 8. It's not that. I know it's not that. 3 on 8 is slightly less than 0.375. Alright, that'll fix that. Why aren't these being detected? I am going to have that subscribe on ready. Then under here, it's going to go ready. Let's see. Let's see if chat now appears. It should be appearing. Cool idea for TTS. Thank you, Anders. No, chat still isn't appearing. And we still have no chat messages popping in. Interesting. I do wonder though.
Hypnotic_games right keen, mate. Just pondering the universe, as usual. You gadunt.
Alright. So, it takes a while.
Hypnotic under.
Hey! That access property key 12 on dictionary. Twitch media loader 247. I think that's to do with the badge. I think that is... yeah. I'm assuming that 247 of Twitch Media Loader. Cached badges. So this here is dangerous. It's accessing my channel badges, which is correct, and then it's trying to access the badge set, which is 12, but that doesn't exist. Channel has badge. Cached badges. Preload badges. So I have a feeling you're using that media loader. But we want to go Twitch chat media loader, Twitch service instance media loader. Say something again, Sammy. Excellent. That didn't cause crash that time. We're almost there. Do dibble bop the belief jab. Ah, hang on. Let me connect everything up first. Now say something, Sammy. Okay, so it still crashes. Okay. Oh wait, no, that was Orchrus that had it crash now. Twitch chat message, get badges. Chat 46 creates Twitch chat message 349. Okay. Chat container, actually. So that's the chat container. Alignment end. Does set it to fit content. Oh. That's why they aren't showing up. No. We need to add child chat message. And then up here, get rid of that. And we go chat message. All right, that will deal with that. So that's what our issue was with them not being added. But this, so it's under here. Twitch service instance media loader. Connect. Okay, give it a try, Sammy. Well, no, never mind. Get emotes by definition. Get emotes by definition. Chat 89, show text. This one. Twitch service instance. Media loader. Take you. Replace that. All right. We should be good now. Hope we're good now, because I want to get onto some C++. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, right.
Well, Sammy's message is working with TTS and stuff, but messages still aren't displaying. Okay.
Sammykins right then, Gedunt. Seems alright for a start. Let's see if it holds up, eh?
The chatbot doesn't even... Hitbotnik doesn't even have context of what the hell the overlay is. How the hell does it know that it's all right? I mean, the voice is just the first thing that I picked. It's like we can tweak that easily, but right now I don't care about the voices. I want to get things working. So we do show message. Set it up. We add the chat message as a child of this. And then we add that as a child of the chat container. The chat container is that VBox container. Is you.
Wixia Struth, Gedunt. Let's hope so. Give us a tick and we'll see if this thing's finally sorted itself out.
No, clean old messages just goes through and finds anything where the position is outside the size. Like, so if it's too high up, if it's outside of the view, we just delete it because there's no point in keeping it there anymore. Saves us having like 800 items in the VBox when only like 5 or 6 are visible, if that makes sense. So chat background. Don't even need that anymore. Give me something else. Say something else and we'll see if it prints. Well, actually, hang on. Yeah, no, it's still running. It is still running. So it is printing. It's printing the entire thing there. It's just not showing the messages. Deleting. Let's see if that is triggering for some reason. It shouldn't be, but maybe it is. It is. Interesting. World position Y. World position Y. Let's see. Nah, I shouldn't have to. It would be 680, 680, 540. So if global position is greater than 680 minus 540, that's not. How did I have it working on the old one? It is still running. You can talk to Hitbotnik. So if its global position is 680, and we're subtracting. Actually, no, we're subtracting its size from world position. Why is the size 540?
Sammykins crikey, mate, that's a right fancy way to put it. Let's just say I'm a bit smarter than your average gedunt, yeah. Winking face.
Sammy getting a winking face. Shrink to end. That said 456. 540, 1510, 2070, 456. Hang on. I don't think we need to do a call deferred on you. Okay, maybe we do have to call it as call deferred. It hasn't fit the entire moat though. That's the only problem. Maybe we set the minimum height as 40. Text, I don't know. Maybe... Maybe I have to do that. Give that a crack. I know it's still getting deleted. And it's because 680 is... What is it? 680 is greater than that. Ah, hang on. I think it needs to be... Close all this out. So your position is 680, which is there. But the next time something comes in, I'm gonna have that as 48. Oh, yeah, I think I have them set up to delete after a certain time. Yeah, so after 30 seconds, I'll probably change that to 300 seconds. Okay, so that's why it was that timeout. There is still, so Orchrus, there is still a problem with some messages being deleted immediately. As you can see here, 680 is going to be greater than 680 minus 550. So there's something with this. Let's get rid of the offset transform. What's next? If you keep throwing in messages, Orchrus. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, so there's the top of the chat window. It should be higher than that, actually. Ah, yeah, so there. Right there. So that's the top of the chat window right there. We can probably increase that a bit, to be honest. Let's export that. We should be good now. Should be good. They do have a bit of a space, though. So I'm going to... Will we set that to... Probably leave it at 40. All right. Let's re-export again. Still a bit too big. A little bit too big, that's all. Tiny bit. Oh, actually, that's something I'm going to do first. Get rid of that. Let me connect first. I know you're already going to be putting in chat messages, but it's not connected yet. Alright, should be good now. Wordy. Nice. Now, if we go to... Sorry for the flashbang. Yeah, the text becomes unreadable on that. Okay. Hot sauce. I don't know if hot sauce is gonna work. We haven't tested hot sauce, so that's probably not gonna work. That's right. I'll give you a 48k. I also think that that chat message window is too high now. Alright. Thank you there, Wix. Oh. Awkward. Ooh. Is that chat view? I set it back to 400. What was the other thing that we need to do? We need to change the background. You change this panel. So it goes from probably a 224 actually. I'll do that. There we go. Yeah, multi's not working either. So the redeems aren't working now. Why aren't the redeems working? Redeems. Color chip. Ow. Oh, some hot sauce right on the tonsil. Oh, Jesus. That hurt. Ooh. Okay. So under here, So it requires this. Channel point custom redemption ad. Print debug. Follow me. All right, let's run this. Connect it. Put me there. All right, let's see if that works. So the chat comes in, but the color change doesn't trigger. Why does the color change not trigger? Go into the overlay. We have me there. Color change, event sub. So it is getting the event sub node. But it just never hits that. I wonder. Manage redemptions. Read redemptions. Manage redemptions and read redemptions. I wonder if that's consuming it. Let's go back into the Twitch API, shall we? Jesus, that sucked. Sorry about that. We do channel point custom redemption ad. A viewer has redeemed a custom channel points reward on the specified channel. Channel read redemptions or manage redemptions scope. So we have that. So everything's correct. The overlay's down again, Sammy. Chat messages are working, but now these aren't. Get rid of that. I'm gonna do Helpers. Try connect. Color change received. Color change. Right. I'm very confused as to why that's not. Got the event sub. Channel points custom reward redemption ad. No, it's not working. What if it's an automatic reward redemption ad? A viewer has redeemed an automatic channel point reward on the specified channel. But what's an automatic reward? Automatic channel points reward. Maybe that's what I need it to be. Because I do have it skipping the event queue. No. Didn't like that. Change that back to you. Connect. Coloring red. It's on a time down. It's on a cooldown. Right. That makes sense. So what would be stopping it? I should probably put a put some code at the first, like the channel redeem reward, or the channel redeem check. Further up. Howdy, Elliot. How you doing? Great to have you here, you get done. Let's go into overlay. So there's this, which could be consuming it. Print debug. Redeem claimed. We're currently trying to get the new overlay working, Elliot. And it's being a bit more frustrating than we would like. Which API handle error? I think that's different. That's a different thing. What would it be? What would it be? Yes, stinky cheese indeed. Good night, Orchrus. Yeah, so those errors aren't anything to do with the redeem. And good night never shows. Unless you're talking about like the ticker that goes across the top. But like this doesn't have the ticker at the moment. Indeed. Hummy hum. Hum. With a little bit of extra hum. Whoa. What's going on with my camera there? Is that because I switched like so? Or is that because it's waiting for Hitbotnik? Ah, overlay crashed, yeah. Why are you complaining about that again? Chat 46, message received. God damn it, Sammy. Why are your badges causing it to crash? Twitch Media Loader. Chat 46. So Media Loader. Twitch Media Loader 247 load badge. Fucking fine. You know what? If cached badges get channel ID, pretty sure it's a dictionary. Get badge set. Get versions. Whoops. Get badge ID. Has image URL. Scale. If it doesn't have that, We're going to return so we're going to go await preload badges, channel ID. There's definitely an issue. So if it doesn't have that, get rid of that background too. All right. All right, my own, it's not that bad. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that wasn't the fix for the redeeming. So all of our redeems are currently broken. So don't bother redeeming anything at the moment because they don't work. Review. I don't know why they don't work either. There's no reason for them to not work. No, it doesn't have an invalid OAuth or anything like that. No. That OAuth stuff that you see is specifically related to the chat. It's got nothing to do with the event sub. So... Why are you set to... Channel points custom reward redemption add. All of these we are clear. There you go. General redeem event sub. here. And gifts. Okay. I don't think that's going to do anything. But who knows? Nah. Debug. Redeem. I don't think that's going to do anything either. Mm-mm. Why? Why do the events not work? What up, Nico? How you doing? (2:36 a.m.) Currently reading through Go documentation. Jesus Christ. That's commitment right there. Okay, so these are the event sub messages. Mm-hmm. Says it's open. It's not using a test server. I don't get it. None of this is making any sense. We've got the correct scopes, we've got the correct tokens. What up, Can? I see a fellow Godot user. I know, right? I wanted to do some C++ today. I really wanted to do some C++ today. But I'm stuck trying to fix my overlay at the moment. Once I fix the overlay, then we can get onto some C++. And it'll be Godot C++ Canberries. What's your opinion on Fedora Linux? It's a good distro. It's a very good distro. I like Fedora Linux. Yeah. All you hear are excuses, Sammy? Well, all I hear from you is wah, wah, wah. Gotcha. GD extension, I assume? No. No, I'm going to be going into the Godot code base and I'm going to be creating myself a custom node to use Jolt's distance constraint instead of trying to implement my own Spring logic. We will use the Jolt stuff. It's not available yet as a node in Godot. So yeah. But why? Why do these events not trigger? Why? No event is triggering, Wix. No event is triggering. Even though they've got the event sub and they're being connected to their functions to listen for a signal. We've got set up the events here. There you go. Setting up events. Yeah, and then this one here, channel redeem received, redeem received, is calling this, but this never prints out. We never see that print. You see, setting up events happens. Now this is for our chat. That's for chat. So that has nothing to do with the issue of the event sub. So don't worry about thinking of that, because it's not the problem. This one here, I'm going to turn that off. Twitch chat event sub, Twitch service instance event sub, Twitch chat API, Twitch service instance API, and then Twitch chat subscribe. All right. Wasn't worried about it. Now you got me worried about it by telling me not to worry about it. That's all right. So see how it hasn't printed that any event has been received. It just refuses. This has the read and manage redemptions. Hey. Why? It doesn't make any sense. Weight setup. I wonder if event. Or if you have weight set up. You do have a wait setup. Wait for session established. Session is null. Await session ID received. So that worked. Close and that tears it all down. So that's now, that session ID is now null and void. Why? Was their Twitch event listeners never received with dictionary? I wonder if it's doing that. Is that what's happening? Nope. If data is not which actually let me just print whatever data is now. Let's just see if that does anything. Okay, so that doesn't receive anything either. That's good to know. Nothing. Nothing. I wonder. Yeah, ready is called when the node is added to the scene tree. Why did setting up events? After I wrote it. It didn't. I think it's part of the stream perfectly describes game dev. Yeah. This isn't even game dev. This is just overlay. For some reason, the event sub from Twitch isn't giving us isn't notifying us when a redeem happens. Correct, Wix. It is not working at all. We are currently trying to fix it. It's not going to be the ready. The ready is called by Godot. Godot calls that. Godot calls that itself. We don't need to validate that. That doesn't print anything either. It's because I need to connect. After we've connected. So that's not there. Add a print so we can see that it is called. We already know that this is called because this was printing out. This prints out because that gets called on a deferred. That only gets called there, which means ready's being called. We know that it's being called, Wix. That's gonna connect this up. Channel redeem received. Redeem received. But that never gets hit. It's got to be something to do with our authentication. It has to be something to do with our authentication. Revoke on Twitch. Get rid of it. Still nothing. It's not... I've already checked the scopes. I've checked the scopes against Twitch's documentation, and the scopes are correct. So under here, for this here, we need either channel read redemptions or channel manage redemptions scope. And we have that. Channel manage redemptions, channel read redemptions. So it has to be something else. It's this. It's this. It's this thing here. For some reason, yeah, it's this thing here. Fucking hell. I always forget about this thing. I always forget about this. Fuck, what's my broadcast ID? Print debug, settings, instance, current user. That doesn't even give me a current user. Going to get user. And do that. It's still saying nothing. Okay. Copy that. All right. Subscribe. We have to go through adding an event listener. Morning, Mike. Adding an event listener into the system, like into our scene tree, doesn't do any of this. I would love it if Twitch was updated so that it automatically, whenever something was added to the scene tree, it automatically connected to this. That would be fantastic. Damn it, stop it. What else do we need? Stream online, stream offline. We've done raid, cheer, gift, sub. We need chat clear. And message delete. And add begin. I think that's all of them. I think that's everything we need. Let's double check. Done follow, add begin, clear, delete. We don't need chat message. Maybe I'm gonna add this just in case. Cheer, raid, gift, sub, custom reward redemption ad. I'm gonna add predictions. Because I do have some stuff I want to do around predictions at some point. Prediction progress. And prediction end. Yep. So, what we need is manage ads, read ads actually. Read predictions, I think, is the only one we need to add there. Manage predictions as well, apparently. Alright. That is going to fix all of that. I always forget that I have to manually set those up. Every single time. Completely forget. Do that. Now we do a color of multi. Alright, so that still isn't working. Because I haven't connected. And that threw a whole bunch of errors. I see why. No. Don't worry, it's not going to come through. Alright, so it should just be that one. So many famous last words have been said today. Now it's still complaining because of user ID. I'm assuming it's complaining about it for here. Channel chat clear. Subscription type name, channel chat clear. Why does it need that? Like, sends a notification when a moderator or bot quiz all messages from chat room. Okay, I see why. Let's close that. Get rid of that. Copy you. The unfortunate thing with that, like requiring to specify a user ID, is if it's another mod, like if it's a mod that queries the chat, I don't get the notification. I only get it if I'm the one that queries the chat. And to me, that's a bad idea. So there's still an error. Which one needs a user ID? That's, no. This is talking about user ID. The only one I can think of is this one. Channel chat message. When any user So what's user ID matter? Like, why do we need user ID? If I put my ID in there, is this only going to tell me when I post a message in my chat? You got a user ID from Twitch right here. That's not a user ID. That's a username. Get your act together. Favorite tokens. Let's see if that still throws an error. It hasn't thrown an error. So in theory, we go multi. I'm now multi. Okay, we now have things working. Oh. What was that? What do you mean you can't send a message? You just did. You just did, Wix. Your message failed to send. I can see it. I can see your message. I don't know what you mean. Maybe there's some issue with Twitch or something. It does seem eerily quiet today on Twitch. Like, Science has 28 viewers after... Oh, they're 10 minutes in. Sorry, they're 10 minutes in. I thought they were like 2 hours in and had 28 viewers. And I was like, that's weird for... That's very weird. Working overlay. What a time to start reducing my drinking. Secret word hint. This will actually be a good test. Actually, let me double check that. I don't have anything for secret word.
Sammykins crikey, Gedunt, just use the built-in debugging tools. Overlay chaos is a rookie mistake. Seriously.
You're a fucking rookie. It has nothing to do with Godot, you prick. What we need to do is go... I need to get this set up for the secret word guess. Anyway, okay, so we've got nothing. So we have the channel redemption ad. User input. User input.
Wixia crikey, Gedunt, that's a right silly question. Infinite doesn't change lost keys. Still misplaced, mate. Man shrugging.
I missed half of what it said and I was like, wait, what? I feel like it was wrong. I feel like its response to your question, Wixia, was wrong. If data user input, yes, user input settings, general settings, secret word, chat, go, data user login, else Twitch service chat, actually sent us guest
Dilly whoppin' mish mash of flimflams, dag nabbit. Shenanigans.
correct shenanigans, always shenanigans. All right, let's close the overlay and redo it again. Did that export? Yes, cool. All right. Ow.
And we're back.
Okay, so that secret word guess didn't. Secret word guess. Yeah, secret word guess. One. Huh. Interesting. That's very, very confusing as to why that's not working. So it's not. But if we color, set shade parameter in base, camera texture. What do you mean? It's literally changed my color. It's changed my color and it's complaining that set shader parameter in base camera texture. What? Do you not have cam texture material? That needs to remain texture. This needs to go on ready cam shader. Shader material. I don't know how it changed my color then. How did it manage to change my color? And also, just to throw it out there, why did the color change work? But these channel redeems didn't. Because I still have you on that one. That's why. Okay. There we go. It's still complaining about that freaking chat window. Third. Do that. Get all that flipped and set up. Okay. Node not found % data. What? While calling send chat message, the request's input was not valid. Message cannot be replied to. What? Yeah, we're not replying to anything. Ah, I had a comma in there. Okay. Okay. I see. Frickin' commas. And now it's still thrown an error on that auth token around get channel badges and stuff. Okay. Now it should work. There we go. Oh my god, that's 4.5 hours of such annoying shit.
Why does the overlay need to be overhauled today? What on earth happened to it?
I mean, I was thinking that it was gonna be like 30 minutes to an hour. But then it just kept going and 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 going. So yeah. Why did it break so badly? So the main reason it wasn't working was the event sub stuff. So this here is an event listener for Twitch. We tell it what we want to be notified of. Okay? And the event sub to connect up to. Your chat messages probably aren't appearing because of a badge issue, but that's something we're going to look at in a second. I'll finish this first. So the issue is this here isn't enough for you to receive an event. Okay? You have to do something else as well. You have to go into Twitch. And you have to go into... where are we? You got to go into the event sub here. Okay? You go into subscriptions, and you have to add a subscription for each thing that you want an event for. This is what actually connects up the event subscription. And all this does is notify you when that thing is received. So this here doesn't actually tell the event sub, hey, create a subscription for this event. No, it doesn't do that. And I always forget to go into here and set up this array of subscriptions. Every single time. So, it is a plugin. It is a plugin. So, now we have to fix... where is it? Twitch Media Loader. Something down around here. Yeah. So right here. For you, Sammy, what's happening is this is probably crashing. So this load badges on load badge. Oh, that's just looping. Okay.
I demand equal rights to the chat overlay. Baby rage.
Nah. No, sorry. You're HR. You don't have equal rights. Get badges. Twitch tags. So we have get badges and get source badges. So we have chat controller. Oh, that's the example. This is the thing we care about here, is the get badges. Which service instance? Or I mean, I don't know why that would... Shouldn't even be receiving a message if we're not auth, right? So why wouldn't Sammy's stuff being loaded? Problems while calling get channel chat badges invalid auth token. Problems while calling get channel emotes invalid auth token. But that only happens sometimes, which means there's some race condition going on. So where's the load badge call in here? There it is. If it's not a global channel, hold wrong. Gonna do my head in. It's not a global channel, and not channel has badge. Because that should be where it's crashing. Because badge set is not valid. We probably want to do something like, if not, channel has badge. Return null. If request is not null, we do that. That's the only thing I can think of. The overlay's kind of working, but when it comes to like Sammy, for some reason the badge stuff is breaking and causing their messages to not show. I don't know why. Like, what does it mean? It's got an OAuth, like an invalid OAuth token error when it's trying to set up. I think what's happening I think it's because of this. I think this is tearing it down. And causing the attempt to get channel badges to error. Get channel chat badges. Preload badges. This is inside the example, isn't it? No. So this is when subscribe is called. I have that turned off by default. Channel chat badges. Okay, so preload badges. Those are examples, right? Get cached badges. Get badges data. That's never called anywhere. I find that hard to believe. Okay. So that's only called from here. Get badges. But get badges data is never called from anywhere. So that's pointless. Which means the only place that these are called under here where subscribe is called, but I don't have you subscribing on Ready. Debug. Twitch chat. Subscribe. See how it hasn't thrown any errors? So there's no errors being thrown because it's thrown, they're thrown sometimes, not all the time, because it's a race condition. Right there. See, now it's thrown. And it's doing Twitch chat subscribe. Where are you being called? So subscribe on Ready is false. We know that much. We have it here. That's in the event sub chat. I think I know what that's going to be. I think channel chat message. Get rid of that. Let's connect that. Okay, and then we close that. See how it said Twitch chat subscribe already? But it hasn't thrown an error. There it goes. So Twitch chat 62. What? So it's not going through here. Which means it has to be... Man. Twitch chat subscribe right here. Of course. Connect chat. We need to go into the overlay. Under here, what we had was which connected. Chat. Connect chat. No. What do you mean you don't know what menus is? Jesus Christ. All right. Shut down. Is that what I? Yes. Take these four. Disconnect, 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 disconnect. All right. That should be good now. That should fix the issue with Sammy's chat messages. And that should be everything we need to fix. Ah. Jeepers. Gee Willikers. It's had. Now we can go on to some C++. Until something else comes up and something breaks the overlay. Alright, what we need to do is we need to create a directory for distance constraint. Actually, no, what do we want to call this? I hope it's fixed. If it's not fixed, Wix, I'm gonna have no answer whatsoever. Oh, that was a good pop. I swear, if Sammy puts something in chat and it crashes the overlay, I'm just gonna weep in the corner. What do we want to call this node? Distance spring. Distance spring. Distance spring. Can copy that up there. We go conscript. Okay, let's update the title now. Time for C++. Let's see if that updates the title. Really hope it does. Yes! It updates the title. Yes. I love it. Finally. So now we have the distance spring sub. What this will need is a pragma once and an include for... Actually, let's set up the class first. Distance spring. Public. Distance constraint. That's right. Ah, yeah, I haven't added that command in. Just use the characters. You've got Ed, Announcer, Demon, Colty, Chair or Chairlean. You can ask Hipbotnik different things. We also need to node. Botnik takes a second to figure out
Witsia
things.
crikey, Gedunt. Time's not a variable, it's a bloody relentless river. Stop trying to compile asterisk it, you'll only end up with more errors. Seriously.
It's very true. Very true. I'm pretty sure they were confused again. Hipbotnik is not very smart. Alright, so we have our distance spring that will be a node. Distance spring node. And then we can do private distance constraint. And we set up some public for those. And we also want a static bind methods. We also need distance distance constraint setting. Actually, we'll call it a spring. We'll go spring. Go spring settings. Crikey indeed. Set spring. And then we also need to do set spring settings. And do get spring settings. What? Jolt physics constraint 2 body constraint file not found. Okay, so what we're going to do is go class distance constraint. Nope. So it really doesn't like these third-party includes. How do we tell it about those third-party includes? We're going to have to look for that. Oh, let's do game door. Oh. Now that we've got the overlay working, we can get into like game duels on the ad breaks and stuff. What is this? It's not thank goodness you're here. We know that. It looks like it's something Amish related. Pilgrims. No. It's not Wolf Among Us. It's nothing to do with pilgrims. Oh my god, what game is this? I don't think I'm getting it without. Without this. Something of something. N of S. Dawn of Sorrow. It's not a Castlevania though. It's not a Clash of Clans. It's not Hand of Fate. Definitely ain't Path of Exile. It's none of these. Anyone got any guesses? Because I'm lost. Town of Salem. Ah, nice, Wix. Very nice. This feels like Pal World. No. You can't just keep showing me the same thing and say that that's information. This is Sonic. Okay. Which Sonic, though? I got no idea. I know it's a Sonic. I just don't know which Sonic it is. Sonic. It's not Forces. Heroes? I don't know. Heroes. What was it? Colors. God damn. For a game called Sonic Colors, there's a lot of a single color in this. What is this? A character. Looks like water. What's his name? Ooh, he's got chain. Okay, he's got chain. It's like this. Street Fighter. It's a Street Fighter character. I honestly don't know Street Fighter characters. Is that Ken? I want Ken. No. Is it Gil? I feel like it's Gil, and they've like got to play on his name because like his water. Gil for it. No, it was Cody. Okay, I don't know. Didn't even know that Street Fighter had a character called Cody. Okay. Revenge, gunfights, open world, cockfighting. It's not Grand Theft Auto, is it? No. In-game radio, crime fighting. Parkour chases, undercover cop, freeform combat, karaoke minigame. Oh, is this going to be one of those Yakuza? No. Cantonese dialogue, police experience, security cameras, real-time combat, vehicle hijacking. What? Is it RoboCop? Environmental takedowns, counter-based fighting, collectible lockboxes, slow-motion shooting, interior decoration. What? This is the police. I don't know. Mid-development IP split. Oh, is it like that? It's not LA Noir, but it's another one. True Crime, Streets of LA. Oh, Sleeping Dogs. Whew. It's so obvious now. I completely forgot that Sleeping Dogs existed. Alright, third person has single player and something else. Not horror. 2013 to 2017. Not Rainbow Six. Third person, single player and multiplayer. No, 7 Days to Die has first person as well. Not Dying Light, because it's not horror. It's not Silent Hill or Resident Evil. It would be... Oh my god, what is it? It's not The Division. So it's 2013 to 2015. It's not on the Switch. It's not on mobile. It's not on Xbox 360 or Xbox One. It's not on PS4 or PS3. It's not on the PS Vita. It's not on Mac, Windows, or Linux. It has to be... it wouldn't be a Game Boy game. Yeah, what's it on? I was like, is it going to be like a DS game, or maybe it's a Wii? Maybe it's on the Wii. Like, is it a Wii Sports? No, it's not on the Wii. Okay, but it is Nintendo. Nintendo third person. It's not Wii Sports. Is this going to be like a Pokemon Black? Okay, it's not a Pokemon game, because that's done by like Game Freak and stuff. A Nintendo game. Is it Breath of the Wild? No. It's not Breath of the Wild, but it's probably on the Wii U. Given it's released in 2013 to 2015, it's not going to be the Nintendo Switch 2. It's going to be the Wii U. Single player, multiplayer, co-op. That doesn't help. Wii Fit U. Wii... Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Fuck. Wii Party. That sounds weird. I don't know. Splatoon. Oh my god. Yep. Yep, that would be it. That would be it. All right. How do we get access to the third-party stuff? I assume it's just Clang. Too many errors omitted. Stopping now. Alright, so how do we reference stuff from here? The hinge constraints. The only thing I still would include their headers. We do include their entire source code statically. Well, that's the thing. This is Godot's code. Like, I'm in Godot's code base. They have the distance constraint stuff here, which references the two body constraint stuff. But for some reason, Clang isn't detecting them. But there's going to be stuff in here. If I go to where's the hinge joint? The hinge joint goes to joint 3D, which goes physics body 3D. Is getting like physics server collision object 3D. It all gets back to node 3D. Node 3D goes through main node. So if we go collision object 3D, include config engine. Resources 3D, shape 3D, core IO resources. RB map. No. I cannot see. Yeah, Godot uses scones.
Smoke a sack, keep a Mac. Sipping lean.
So how is jolt physics being used by... How is jolt physics being used by the... by Godot? Static void. I'm assuming that under here, if we look at rigid body 3D, it's probably making calls to the engine, and then the engine is making calls to jolt through the physics server. So if we do this, where are you calling? Area set rate pickle. So it is going through the physics server. Let's actually have a look at the joints. Let's have a look at the pin joint, because this one I kind of understand, because you've got the bias, the damping, and the impulse clamp stuff. Joint make pin. Okay, so this is configuring the joint. And that's doing the pin joint, body A, and body B. So we go joint make pin. Okay, and then that's... Okay, I see. That's then calling this to make the pin joint. Yeah, so it's getting the physics server 3D in Godot. So to fix the editor errors, you got to build compilation dubs. No, we don't need to do that. What we need to do, Wix, is we need to have our node be its own thing, which says, like, makes requests to the physics server instance, and that physics server instance will be a Jolt physics server instance, and that will then allow, like, it'll then have the Jolt physics server create what we need. Oh my god, my voice is dying today. Alright, so talking about the editor errors. Yes, but those editor errors, that's not what we need to fix. We don't need to fix the editor errors, because doing it that way, like compiling Jolt and accessing Jolt directly to get classes and stuff, that's not the correct way to do this. The correct way to do this is to access the physics server in Godot, and then its instance will be a Jolt physics instance that then handles all of the physics stuff that we want to do. So we've got make hinge, got all the hinge data here. Is there a distance? There's a slider joint, cone twist, generic 6 DOF. I don't see anything about the distance. Okay, so the Jolt physics server. I would have to write the C++ that interacts, or that creates this stuff here. That's making the hinge. Get param. Pin joint set param. And that's a pin joint param. Pin joint params are those. So this creates the Jolt pin joint 3D, which this is then, yeah. So we go like all the way up here. This is importing all the Jolt stuff, the Jolt physics server 3D and stuff like that. So I would need See how there's no... Jolt joint 3D. One time, I guess. Yeah, it's some physics engine work now. So that's this jolt joint 3D here. That means what we would have to do is I would have to create, because under modules, like, that's under core. Actually, no, it's not. Yeah, under Godot modules, jolt physics joints. But under third party, so there's a lot that I would have to create. So like jolt has these distance constraints. So I would have to set up under jolt physics, I'd have to set up a distance constraint joint, like a distance joint or something. And then in the jolt physics server, I would need to set up all of the functions for like making a distance joint, and stuff like that, like setting the distance param and getting the distance params, the local, like setting the local A, getting the local A, setting the local B, getting the local B. I'd have to do all of that. And inside the distance constraint itself, we would be calling, like we'd have to build it, change the points. God damn, that's a lot of work. That is a lot of work. So that means I can check under here for topic physics and go distance. It's not an issue, that's why. It's a PR. Where is it? I remember Almec actually did a review of the like added a comment to this thing that I'm trying to find. Topic physics. Add jolt distance constraint. This thing here. The slider joint. Physics joint that restricts movement along an axis relative to another physics body. No, so this would just be for sliding something along a specific axis. What we need is a spring itself, which is this. So we go jolt distance constraint. So this here, distance constraint. We go back into this. This constraint is a stiff spring that holds two joints at a fixed distance from each other. So being that it's a spring, if they're a distance away from each other when the spring is connected, then it moves them together, sort of thing. And then as you move, it like keeps it based on the settings that you give it. And so the settings will tell it how strong and all that kind of stuff, maximum and minimum distance and things like that. And this here, this PR, is basically adding that into it. This here is a video of how they work. Yeah. So you can see how this one here, it goes down and it just hits there, stops. We have something like that, but what we have implemented is very basic compared to this implementation. I think that and that makes sense to add to the shared interface, since they seem to fill gaps in the various configurations and degrees of freedom. Those seem applicable to other physics engines as well, although I'm not seeing any equivalents to that in Autorapier and ODE, Physics Havoc, and BEPU Physics, whatever that is. Jolt still being considered an experimental module, with Godot physics still being default for some physical time, so that's no longer true. rename this to be distance joint, not distance constraint. So that's how Godot and some other physics engines refer to these things. Secondly, as you already touched on yourself, the joint should probably expose springs in the form of stiffness and damping. Yep. As opposed to frequency and damping to line up with spring properties of that. I realize frequency is arguably useful and intuitive. But this will be changed for all springs to expose both. At some later point, we joltify the joint interfaces in some way. This looks similar to very other joints. Tested locally. It mostly works as expected. Configuration issue on my end, but I can't get a rope style bridge. Linking each part to the other. Property and ranges should be added to frequency damping min and max to avoid invalid values. I think the issue there is frequency and damping. I mean, damping, if it's a ratio, that's kind of whatever you want it to be. It needs to be calculated on the fly. Also, an opportunity to use suffix m in the hint string to denote units in meters when relevant. Does frequency use a standard unit, or is this arbitrary? Our body switch is to handle the automatic switching of bodies in joint 3D update joint when node A is a null pointer. If the bodies get switched, we need to switch the relevant anchor points too. Change the name to distance joint 3D and property ranges and use stiffness instead of frequency. The reason your example doesn't work is because you have the following connections: begin body 2, body 1 to body 3, body 2 to end. You want to have the following connections: begin to body 1, body 1 to body 2, body 2 to body 3, body 3 to end. Yep, that makes sense. Has the concept map to GLTF generic joints. Not gonna worry about that. Joint constraint min-max. Currently there is no other joint which does this in Godot. Using a series of pin joints to constrain distance causes a couple of issues. When the rope is pulled too hard, it may cause the rope to explode and wiggle like crazy as it iterates over the joints and tries to solve them. It doesn't constrain minimum distance, true. Collides with objects, but only in some places. Given enough force, objects will slide through the rope. Not sure what the switching bodies is. This was done because that switches the bodies as parameters. It's not necessary for jolt, so I'll ignore the parameters and configure joint. And I see the parameters are unused now. So that's not the intention. Yeah, I'm having a look over a PR which implements what I want to implement. Because if I go down the route of implementing it myself, what I will need to do is under this, I would need to have, well, not under this. What I would do is inside my custom stuff. So I've got my custom stuff here. In here, I would need to create a jolt distance joint, for example, and put all the logic for it in here. And then inside the jolt physics server 3D, I would need to set up all these functions for making the distance joint and stuff like that. And then I would be able to have my node use those, just like the just like this pin joint 3D. Pin joint 3D uses joint 3D. Joint 3D uses physics body 3D. Physics body 3D as the physics server 3D. And the physics server 3D is what handles the resolving of physics interactions between bodies. And that physics server 3D would be, in my instance, it would be a Jolt physics server. One of these. So it becomes a very big piece of work. Close that now. Don't need that open. So I'm having a look over this PR, seeing if it's something I can pull into my side of things. Or not. Feb 22nd. Feb 22nd. One more tiny thing is Feb 24th. Changes look good to me now. I'm not marking it as approved yet because I think someone should take a look at it to see if it's okay not to use body A and body B parameters in that. Documentation said that's Almic's method comment there. This PR has been merged, and I see this PR should be updated to include the solver priority. Should be as simple as changing those two lines here. Just call update joint instead, which combines all three of these calls. Interesting. And that was yesterday. That was Almic mentioning that yesterday. So I'm thinking I could pull this into my build. I could probably make that change myself. Body A and body B parameters in configure joint. I need to copy, first of all. Copy all from scene, custom, into low frame engine. Okay, cool. If I pull that PR in, that means using your own Godot build. Correct. I have been using my own Godot build for this project. And I've been keeping all of my stuff confined So everything I make for my use, I put inside this custom directory here. When I'm done, like when I want to update to a new version of Godot or something like that, I can remove this, reset these two, and then pull the latest, and then copy this folder back over from my project, and set these two to create those again, and done. I'm updated to the new build of Godot. And if something comes through that adds stuff that I want, like this stuff, then yeah, I can just update to the latest version, forget this stuff here, and go like redo it all again. As part of Godot, you can tailor it to your exact needs. Exactly. Technically, you can do that with Unity, and you can do that with Unreal Engine as well, because you can get access to their source code. But you can go to GitHub, you can connect with your Epic Games account, and then you can check out all of Unreal Engine's code, and you can tailor Unreal Engine to your needs. All right. So if I want to pull this PR specifically, actually, I'm not going to pull this PR specifically. What I'm going to do, I want to put these things into my custom section. So this stuff here would probably need to exist inside that, which means under modules, I think I would have to add a custom under here. And then I would have these things here pulling into that. The editor, I'd have to get that pulled into. Then these here I can put under my custom stuff. And then servers physics 3D. Just binding those. So those I would need to keep in their spots. I'd have to add those too. I'd need to update these files. This new stuff. So it's only the new stuff I'd put under my bits and pieces. Unity requires like enterprise or something. I think you can get it with a certain license. Now I might be thinking of like an older version of Unity. Unity source code. Jesus Christ. They have a lot of random stuff in there, don't they? Yeah, so access this product has moved. Please navigate to this. Request or purchase source code access. Yeah, so you'd have to purchase source code access for Unity by the looks of it. Yeah. Brigado is free, and we love free. Technically, the others are free as well. Sold as an enterprise plan. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's because of licensing that Unity has with other entities. I believe only for personal use though. No. So you can create something with Unity and Unreal Engine for free. You can sell what you make. But once you're making a certain amount of money per year, that's when you need to buy a license for Unity, or you have to pay royalties to Unreal Engine, to Epic Games. I think Epic Games is something like once you've made $1 million, then you've got to start paying them 5% of that product's revenue or something. Joint 3D Gizmo does those too. So because this requires this stuff, I'm probably best off to just pull it in as part of... I'm probably better off to just pull in the change. Oh my god, GitHub, why are you so slow? Yeah, 5% royalty after $1 million gross revenue. Yep. Jesus Christ. So this here, I need to copy that. And need to go git no. Yeah, git merge. Let me actually just do a git fetch first. It's just gonna update branches and stuff. There we go. That's something we can merge. So how can I get this thing merged in? If you release on EGS, they reduce it. Yeah. Yeah, because if you release on EGS, they get a cut of your sales. Because this is a fork, right? Yeah. Most of those changes I'm missing. Should be able to GitHub. Yeah, this is gonna... There's going to be a headache for me, isn't it? All right, I need to BRB for a second. Yes, the secret word hint. So what? It's to do with technology. You use them every day. You use multiple of them every day. I need to BRB quickly. So when I'm back, I'll do a game of chess, and then we'll get into moving this stuff over. All right. Just BRB. All right, I'm back. Smartphone, you're wrong. All right. Let's see. Let's relax our brains for a moment. I'm still annoyed about that, what do you call it? About the overlay stuff. That was frustrating. Go there. Go there. Actually, I might even put you out here. Yeah, there. Ah, shit. Yep. Fucked myself on that one. I've lost this one, so I can probably just start throwing it now. No? You don't want to just win? Jeez. I was giving him the win there. I'd screwed up so much that there was no point. You'll push there. I'll go back here. I'll go there. I'll push you there. I'm gonna lose this one too. I can already see it. Because you've got both from watching that. Really? May as well push you there now. Silly. Go there. I've got them skewered. I'm just waiting for the opportunity to use it now. Come on. Let's see. Some pressure on you. That's not going to be protected there at all. Yep, I've lost due to timeouts anyway, so... Oh, thank God they're an idiot. What? Yes! That was a terrible game. That was a horrible game. Alright. So, how am I going to get this stuff pulled in? Actually, I can copy this. How can I get this into my local? No, because it's in a fork. Like, so it's a pull request to get this fork back into the master branch. But I'm not on the master branch, you see. I'm not on the master branch. So... do I just go through and take these 4 files here and pull them into my stuff? Let's see. So I can copy the raw file, and under here add a jolt distance joint 3D. Because the reason why I'm putting it into custom and stuff is just to keep things isolated as much as possible. That's already a problem there, is the Jolt Physics Server 3D. It would need to be Jolt Physics Server 3D. But then we don't have that, so yeah, okay. So, yeah, I can't have this in a custom folder. I have to actually move it into Jolt Physics Joints. And now it's got access to it. Okay. Although it doesn't know what the distance joint parameter is. That's because we haven't got this yet. So in that case, since I have to do it that way, how can I get this fork? What up, monks? If you want to use Unity and it's for a game, check out Midx Beat Saber. There's a mod called Vivify in modded Beat Saber. I think it uses JSON. Nice. I don't have any plans on using Unity myself, but I'm on Linux, so Unity and Unreal Engine are both basically unusable. Git merge fork. It's going all right, Bing. We got our overlay fixed, so well, updated. We've switched over to the new overlay now, so we've got all of our old TTS characters back. I don't want to merge it back into the original, though. That's the thing. Although not often used that way, Git is fully decentralized system. It doesn't treat any repository as more central or more official than any other. Concepts such as forks and upstreams are just conventions. As far as Git's concerned, there's not even a difference between GitHub and copy on your PC. Correct. If you have access to repository A and write access to repository B, you can always copy commits from A to B. Yeah, I think it's going to be Check out master. Add fork that. Fetch fork. Merge fork. Make sure it must branch first. Yeah. I'd have to... That's exactly what they're saying there. So I'd have to do like a... git remote add fork to... this one. But then it would have to be... I'd have to get their branch. What up underscore? How you doing? Beard looks majestic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Git fetch fork. Okay, so I want that jolt distance constraint. What do I want the jolt distance constraint merge? Maybe, yeah. I think it's just this one we want. Jesus, 12,746 commits behind. So if we do a git merge of jolt distance constraint. Right, fine. Fork jolt distance constraint. Just merge, you bastards. Alright, so we've got some of our own custom stuff added in here already. Yeah, I can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Nah. It's not that complicated to bother with the stash. If it's only this stuff, then... Oops. If that's all it's complaining about, then... Yeah, easy. Let's pop them in there. Where are we? Scene. Custom. Menu manager. Menu base. There's more than just that. State machine as well. Yeah, there we go. Get rid of you. Still got custom. All right. What's the build command again? I keep forgetting the compile command. Wrong. Getting ready to do some VFX stuff, are you, underscore? What type of VFX are we talking? I've been thinking about VFX stuff myself recently. And do it like setting up setting up some VFX to use for future projects and stuff. Just like random things, like random aura stuff and area of effect stuff and things like that. Forget the first two words. Yeah, I don't know why you said that to me. Reached a point in Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag today where I can get the legendary Assassin's Templar gear. Nice. Nice. Haven't played any Assassin's Creed since the second one. Because I was kind of like, yep, this is basically just the same as the first one in a new area. Look, I have a new tower I can dive off. Scones platform editor. That's what we want. Scones platform editor. Scones platform. No, platform and target, wasn't it? Yeah. Linux BSD target is editor. And I think we also want to go 8664, right? x8664, yep. This may cause my stream to like stutter and stuff like that. Yes, of course. Get rid of that. Don't need you. It's got to recompile everything. Yeah, I might chug a little bit here. You might see me like jitter and jolt all over the place. My CPU's being hammered. But, oh well. Shit happens. My guess is remotely close. What were your guesses again? Computer is in the right area. Smartphone, mouse, cable, screen, computer. Alright, yeah. Yeah. Close. Close. There's a couple of those. Like, it got closer and closer. Actually, all of them except one, are pretty much the same distance away from the word. One of those is very close. Very closely related to the word itself. I actually found out what caused my PC to crash the last two streams. The issue with my PC crashing was Blender. So Blender has there's something to do with the Rock'em OpenCL that I'm using. The open source drivers for Rock'em, which Blender doesn't work well with and crashes. Only when rendering specific situations. Usually to do with like transparent surfaces or emissive surfaces. That's when it tends to crash. So. Hey, look, it's halfway. My CPU's running at 92 degrees Celsius. That's compilation for you. That's compilation for you. If this gets to the end and says that there's an error, I'm gonna be upset. Nah, I don't think anyone's gonna guess the word today, Wix. I don't think anyone's getting it today. Shit. All right. Distance joint. Is that all it's missing? All right. I knew it. I knew that at some point it was gonna have a hissy fit. Even more hilarious if the errors popped up immediately after you said it. That's true. That's true. Good comedy is timing. I think I can specify -J to limit the number of cores. I can't remember if it was -J. That song was annoying. Scones H. Yeah, something like that. But I want to double check. Oh, that's not doing anything. Actually, that's right. Num jobs. Use up to n jobs when compiling, equivalent to -JN, defaults to max jobs -1. So, -J. I'll go 12. I don't know how many it's using. I assume it's using 12, but we'll see what happens. Ah, yeah, hang on. I'll do that after, actually, because I don't know how well it'll work with this running. I've never had to deal with a fork before when it comes to Git. Never had to deal with it. Alright, so it's going to get into the scenes and stuff soon. Oh, third party. Come on, just compile. Compile successfully. Ow. Sweet. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Not yet. I just want to make sure. There's the distance joint. A physics constraint which moves two bodies such that the distance is between a minimum and a maximum distance. That's not... Oh, I'm using it for that. I am using it for that. That's perfect for like horror games and stuff. Oh, that's nice. Australia is only supported by the Jolt physics engine. All right. So, applying Almix changes inside this on line 136, 37, we replace that with update joints. It's not that one. It's the one under modules. Right there. Update joint doesn't exist. Add solver priority to joint constraint priority. Okay. I haven't pulled this stuff in. Okay, question. All right answer. So it gets all priority, returns that. Stage. Update priority. Update joint. Honestly, I can probably just copy this over. With platformer character, does the idle animation face front or to the side? A 2D platform, 2D platformer. I would say it faces the side that they were last that faces the direction they were last moving in. So if they move like this in this direction, the idle would probably be this. So they're still facing that direction, but they're more towards the camera a little bit. Yeah. That's just where my mind initially goes. For it depends on the platformer too. It depends on the platformer. Like this one here, it looks like they're facing the camera, but they're actually facing this way. So they're still facing the direction they were last moving. And I feel like that's the standard for platformers. Super Meat Boy. There's nothing that's really an idol for Super Meat Boy, is there? Yeah, there's no idol going on I can find. But yeah. Now, when you say a platformer, I assume only moving left and right. But I know your sprite sheet has other directions as well, right? Only side to side? Okay. I'd say, yeah, just in that case, yeah, facing the side that they were last moving, like facing the direction they were last moving, definitely. That's my initial intuition. Like that's how I think of it. Right, we need to. Go constraint 3DH. Oh, line 70. It's gonna be easier to just do this one manually. So the priority is a max of 0 and P priority. The cone twist is 368. So we remove update enabled and iterations. We do update joint. Now that doesn't exist yet, I know. Hinge joint and 6 degree of so. Then 415 for the hinge joint. So we can get rid of all of this. Update priority, which is 86. Oop. Update priority. Solve a priority. Nope. Nope. What's that? And then we need this. And this just calls the update enabled, update iterations, and updates priority, like so. Now we need, what's 176? So get solver priority is deleted, and set solver priority doesn't have these 3 lines anymore, but instead just does P priority as max, 0 on P priority. If solver priority, not get solver priority. I haven't set up this stuff in the header yet. That's why it's not popping up. God, if I can type P priority. I really need to fix that with my NeoVim as well. For some reason, it doesn't like to indent things correctly. Update priority. In the header, gotta go to 49. We add a solve priority. Why can I not type today? Oh my god. Why? It's just the word priority. I can't spell the word priority. Get solve priority. Return solve priority. Then the pin joint. 158. And the slide joint as well. All right, time to rebuild. Rebuild, and then we can copy that over to copy it over to our binaries. Copy bin Godot editor into local opt go. I'm gonna make that backup first. Local opt Godot to local opt Godot backup. Just in case there's an error or something goes wrong. There we are. So, all of that is done. This is our custom build. Let's go into our player. Add distance joint. You node A. To here. Ready. We need disjoint, distance joint 3D, distance joint. Node B will be object get path. And then we have disjoint node B. Just clear it out. Empty. Nothing. And then I don't know what the anchor is. Min is 0. Stiffness and damping. I can work those out after the ad break. Let's do word chain. Oh. There we go. Just need that elbow to pop. Bumper S. Bumper S. Bumper smash. Bumper slide. Bumper. It's not bumper car, unfortunately. Bumper strip. Bumper struck. Bumper stick. What? Oh, bumper sticker. I'm an idiot. Jesus Christ. Bumper sticker. Sticker S. Sticker stamp. Fuck. What are these? What are these connections? Sticker shop. Sticker show. Sticker shock. What is sticker shock? I'm calling foul on that one. I'm calling foul on sticker shock. Shock. I'm starting sticker shock teaser. No, not shock teaser. No. Shock. Doc. Shock this. Shock theme. Shock the therapy. Shock therapy. Is it APY? Yeah, shock therapy. God damn it. We're doing terribly. Therapy. Doctor. Therapy date. Therapy day. Therapy dog. Therapy dog. Yeah. Dog something something ranger. Dog power. Power ranger. Dog paw. Paw ranger. Dog party. Party ranger. Dog park. Park ranger. Oh, that's sympathy confetti. That is sympathy confetti if I've ever seen it. Let's try that again. Flash M. Memory. Flash memory. Flash Mirror. Flash. Magic. Flash Mart. Flash myself. Flash Mash. I don't know. Flash Mystery? No. M.O. Flash Motor. Flash Mosaic. Flash Moist. I don't know. Oh, Flash Mob. Flash Mob. Mob Boss. Mob Beating. It's gotta be Mob Boss. Yeah, Mob Boss. Boss Bitch. Boss Bass. Boss Bath. Go for it, Okie. Boss Battery. Boss Battle. Damn. God damn. Battleship. Yes, I cut my hair the other day. I got the clippers out and I just went... Bzzz. Yep. Battle... Scribe? I don't know. Battle Scar. Battle Scar. Scar something something paper. Scar tissue paper. Why do people like the game The Choice of Voicer? I will do you one better. What is The Choice of Voicer? Oh, it's this thing. I've seen shorts of this. Or are you talking about this? Same thing anyway. But so it's cheap. It's only $5. B, people can make some funny ha-has. That's why. Why are people downloading it? I'm scared of itch.io. I mean, I too am someone that doesn't download things off itch.io randomly. You know, without some checking of things first. But I can understand people that do. I mean, itch.io isn't... Like, I would only do it if it's in the browser, then I would play something on itch. But, I mean, yeah. That's just... That's more because we know what the risks are of downloading stuff from itch and running them. Not everyone does think about those risks when they're downloading stuff off of itch. They just download. You know? So, yeah. Seems like famous people are doing it. Let's see what happens. I would say that it's like it's pretty well known. Like also the person that made it, like yeah, maybe. If you have a look at their stuff, like debased and crowdsourcing, and I think yeah, maybe is also I think they've also got like some stream stuff going. I think it sounds familiar. So if they've got that known, like if they're known, then it makes sense. So we can do that. We can also go spring arm. It's spring length, right? Yeah. Spring length will be spring arm, position, distance 2, collision, position. Actually, no. Distance 2, raycast. Get to collision point, which returns the collision point at which the ray intersects the closest object in the global coordinate system. And then down here we can do spring arm, spring length, just back to 1. And I think I can get rid of this now. Let's see what happens. Stiffness 4, damping the damping of the spring pulling the bodies together, 0 no damping, 1 critical damping, set to 0 if you don't want to pull the bodies together with the spring. If I go 0.9 and then stiffness, the strength of the spring pulling the bodies together, increase this value to pull the bodies together faster, set to 0 if you don't want to pull the bodies together with the spring. Let's see what happens. I need to build environment. SDFGI. There we go. I guess I can leave SDFGI on. Oh, no. Apparently not. Alright. Let's see what happens with this spring. I did by the Time Flies game. Time Flies is fantastic. I still need to get that. Looks like such a ridiculous game. Oh, hang on, that's right. We need to go into our scripts. Tractable. So now... Yep, we got hot sauce. I see that. Medium 35k. Do you like the new noodle? Yeah, the colors make the spinning look more fun. Thank you, Oki. Okie dokie. Faster too. Mm-hmm. It's good to have all of our stuff back working. I also like having each message be its own black strip, because after 5 minutes, when they disappear, it means that area is free to be viewed if something's going on. I think that's what we need to do. Damn it, I keep doing that. No, I'm hearing the same thing that you're hearing. It's all Stream Tunes music. Okay, so something's not right there. Project settings. Windowed. The local point on node A where the constraint is attached. The local point on node B where the constraint is attached. I have a feeling that this needs to be jacked up. Grab that. Drop that. It's an alright type of music. Parent signature, grab void. There we go. Thanks for the lurk, Okie. Oh, I know why. I know why. I think that's what's stopping it from... Nope. Under player... It is setting the node. And we pop this here. Interesting. Why is this not working? Grab collision and then drop the drop. So why is that not keeping them at a certain distance? Is this not enough? Is the damping too high? Do you need to be lower? The strength of the spring pulling bodies together. Increase this value to pull the bodies together faster. Set to 0 if you don't want the bodies to be pulled together. The spring. Path to the first node attached to the joint. The node must inherit physics body 3D. If left empty and node B is set, the body is attached to a fixed static body 3D without a cooked shape. I wonder if I need to do disjoint. No. What up, Dev? How we doing? So this doesn't seem to connect together for whatever reason. Oops. Oops. No one cares about what the hand velocity is. There's something under here that's triggering stuff, because we've got to integrate forces. What if we do... Interactable doesn't have any of that set. Shape block just sets up ready. Integrate forces is calling state machine integrate forces. Under here, we don't access the player's held object at all. So why would this not be... Calculate the movement direction. Strange. What we're going to do, I'm going to grab something and see, just basically confirm. Just basically confirm that this thing has its node B set. This way. So it did set node B. Am I supposed to be calling something on that? Or am I supposed to go distance joint? No. I'm not supposed to set anything like that. So why doesn't the distance joint update? We're not freezing it. So none of that's required. Root logic 1 diamond. Why? I need you under there instead. That could be the issue. The fact that the static body was underneath the rigid body. Nope. What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna set you to 100. Set the max distance to 1. Actually. I wonder if that's the issue. Is that not going under... Maybe. No, it is. It is. That ball at the end. Like that purple ball there. Is the distance joint. I wonder if they're disabled. Uptie. So you found no AI badge extension? You know it. No generative AI. We do have a chatbot. Inherit. Sleeping. I wonder if... Ooh, is it because it's sleeping? I wonder if that's it. No. Well... That spring's not like this isn't working at all. Using jolt physics. Huh. If the distance between A and B does not exceed distance min, spring will be used to move the points further apart. If the distance between A and B exceeds distance max, a spring will be used to move the points closer. Apparently not. Like, does it need to be... I'm gonna test something. Obj reparent self. I do wonder if it needs to be reparented into the same tree. It shouldn't. It shouldn't, because that would make no sense. No. Actually... that has done it. Ah. Okay. So it only works after I reparent it underneath. It's a yo-yo.
Wixia right then, no need for the nicknames, mate. Just hype Botnik here. What's on your mind?
How'd you like that? Yo-yo cube, exactly. Yo-yo cube. Better than Yo-Yo Ma. I've never even heard of Yo-Yo Ma, so... I've never even heard Yo-Yo Ma, so... So if I get rid of that... Actually, we need the stiffness to, like... be real strong. Needs to be real strong. That stiffness is getting high.
Wixia na, gedunt. My memory's like a didgeridoo, lovely sound, but easily forgotten. Don't quiz me.
Get rid of that. So what I might need to do is put player the top level. Oh no, there it goes. It has the same issues that ours had. So if I take this, I want to try and get it through. I could probably glitch that stuff through there. Probably. Oh. Alright. So it's kind of... But we really need it to, like, get to that spot and, like, stay there. No wiggling back and forth. But I don't think this spring implements that. That's what we need. Like we might have to go in and do some tweaking of this distance joint that we've pulled in. Because it doesn't really do what I want. What up, Focus? How's things? Look at that. We have an We have an oscillating cube for some reason. The fact it's oscillating is a problem. How you doing, Westlow? How it do? I was hoping to spend like an hour this morning just getting the overlay working. I ended up spending like 4.5, 5 hours. See that? Doesn't look like a very strong spring, does it? Bump that up to 2,000. Ain't that just the way it is? It is. Working on some pixel art right now while I watch. Nice. Nice. I want to get back into some pixel art 2D game stuff. My side project is going to be that. Not quite. Ah. If I drop that down to 5, it still isn't correct. Doesn't even pick it up. I redid this yesterday. I redid the main room yesterday after stream.
Wixia right then, Gedunt. He'd probably say I'm just spinning yarns to rile him up. Typical, honestly.
It's true. It's true. This here is what I've reworked the main area to. So one door over there, one door over here, one door over here. I feel like we can polish this up to be like metal panels. And what we can do is have it so that like there's a seam. There's like a seam around here, sort of thing. And there's a seam around here. And this part here will display the player's current details. So it'll be like, you know, how many collectibles they have, how many secrets they've found, what puzzles they've completed and stuff like that. And all of their collectibles will appear around here. So when they get a collectible, it'll appear on its spot around here. Yeah. Maybe we'll have some pin up on the wall here. Yeah. And then the observation will still be from here into the room. I think that's going to look much better. Much better. That room versus this room. Yeah. It's gonna be smaller. Be like there to there. Like out to here sort of thing. So it will feel smaller. Because it is smaller. Ow. I really don't know what's happening with this spring though. I don't want it doing that. Because that's trying to move it rather than look in that direction. I don't think this distance joint's going to do what we want. What up, Granicus? How you doing? You have a weird hypnose head. I mean, I always have a weird head. It's called a head. Um. Well, you should poke fun at yourself. That's an important quality to have. I mean, if I don't poke fun at myself, who will? Wait, that's not how that saying goes, is it? I think I got that wrong. Okay. Why? So how do we fix that? I think what I would need to do under no, because we can't even get velocity. Because what we were doing was applying a velocity. This isn't applying a velocity. So when I grab the object, when I grab the interactable like the lid, it's trying to move the lid to that spring. But the lid is pinned where it is on the hinge joint. We were applying a velocity to like have it rotate. We're applying a force at a point to make it. Oh god, that's gonna suck. How could we do that? I'm not sure there's a way we can do that. I'm not sure there's a way we can get it to... If I was to add... If I was to add a... Actually, no, maybe it's because you're sleeping, actually. No, because I set it to can sleep as false. So, it's not going to be that. Alright, we got ads. We're going to do some Chessy Wessy. Sure. Chess man. Hey. Go there, I'm going to go there. Do that. what the problem is? What the problem is words. As well as some other things and stuff. See if I can convince them to do that. Oh. Let's see. Yeah. That's fine. Because I've got you in a spot that you don't want to be. I'll take that. That's fine. I'm gonna lose this anyway. I lost the moment I pinned my queen. There. Yeah. Yo. You're gonna lose because you lost your queen, you don't think? Correct. Both of those reasons. So. Grab it, but it's not rotating. I can't put something there and have it rotate. Like, I can't put a static body underneath this and have that be what moves it around. That won't work. Um. Ooh. That's what it is. Anchor point. So by default, your vector 3, 0. Okay. For the lid, this slot is so if we set you to 0, oh, no. Let me have a look at a marker. So if we did 0.15 and 0.15, .14. I think that's going to be great. And disjoint anchor A. Set param. I can't set the anchor. Set point parent. Sets the local point on the physics body 3D where the constraint is attached. Ah. Point param B will be, because these are always going to be interactable. Always. Anchor point. That is what we want. So what that should do is when we grab the box, it should set the parameter. It should set it so that it's grabbing it up here, and then that should cause the rotation to occur. Should. If it works, then fantastic. If it doesn't work, well, we're just back to square one, aren't we? Okay. I still don't like... I still don't like that it's not coming together and staying. But instead it has like this weird spring back and forth deal. I don't like that. See how it just hangs? See what happens if I set that to 0.5 instead of 1.0. That ain't working. I wonder what would happen. This is Godot, correct. We're currently testing out a distance joint that we've brought in through some C++ changes. But it's not doing what we want. We configure the joint. There's the spring stiffness and the spring damping. Limit spring stiffness and damping. Limit spring damping. Distance min, distance max. Get applied force. I think we want the frequency and dampening. No, I don't, Goblin. I want this one. Dampening becomes the damping ratio.
Let's make some fucking noise.
K by X minus C by B. There's no way for me to adjust this so that that's set though. I would have to... This one here, wake up bodies. That doesn't seem to be working. Because if I get rid of this can sleep, if I get rid of that, I don't think I'm able to pick them up. They only started working after I added that. Maybe I'm wrong. No, there you go. I was wrong. Okay. So that's fine. Set you to the anchor point, so that way it moves as expected. But there's no way for me to set the mode. But there's nothing under here that's doing frequency calculations, are there? Calculate constraint properties. Get the center of mass. Minimum distance and maximum distance. Calculate properties with settings. deactivate if the effective mass is 0. If it's frequency and dampening, then we calculate with frequency and dampening. Spring properties. Calculate spring properties with frequency and damping. There they are. Oops. Hey, wasn't difficult to find that, was it? So that is doing the calculation. So if I add a drop down, if I add an option to this distance constraint, well, not that distance constraint, but this one here. And this one here. To be what would have to be set mode, get mode, right? Spring mode. Yep, that needs to define those, that's fine. Set spring mode. And the spring mode, get spring mode. Shit. I can just do it as an int. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Enums are ints anyway, so whatever. Deal with it. Simple. Okay. Set spring mode. Very simple. Very, very simple. So we need to do that. So when we do this configure joint here, there's this joint make distance. Build constraints. Distance joint set param. There. That's what we want. New joint. Okay. How am I connecting to this? There's these constraint settings here. So that's under rebuild. That's not really... That's not anything. So the job physics server makes the joint. So when we pass it in here to joint make distance, we also want to pass it into here. We need to find the same function, so joint make distance. I'm going to set you to be constant. My god, where's ampersand? Spring mode. Damn it, now we've got to update this stuff too. Constant reference, because you would be x6. Marked override does not override any member functions. I've already got you out there. You. I don't know what button I push there. Constant reference spring mode. Because you're a reference. Yep. You give me that. Bam. Okay. Now we need to do spring mode. Yes. I should be able to change that with no problems whatsoever. Hot sauce coming up. What we got? What we got? 48k. It's like I had a very productive day. I have. If I can get this spring mode working with the frequency instead of, like, frequency and dampening instead of stiffness and dampening, I think our springs are going to work beautifully. Thank you very much, Orcrus. All right. This build constraint here it needs to take that. All right. Build constraints. Now. We're not. Get rid of that. There's going to be spring mode. Up here. Yeah, yeah. We don't need that. This will be spring mode. Fine. Gonna have you as an int. If that's how you're gonna be. Oops. So this is the jolt distance joint 3D, which is this one. eSpring mode. Signing to eSpring mode from incompatible type ints. It has an eSpring mode though, doesn't it? In your custom build, if you put an identifier to show it's custom build, it automatically gives us that. So if I run Godot, see in the bottom, 4.7 stable custom build. Yeah. It doesn't show it here, but I mean, I know it's a custom build because I do super key 1 and it opens up my custom build. Super key 8 brings up the standard Godot build. I can't access these. Why not? Why can I not access these? Frequency and dampening. Why? It shows them here. Cast int to a num. So I can use a static cast. No, it'd have to be a dynamic cast. Because it's not like it'll change at runtime. So I'd have to do like a dynamic cast to eSpring mode. Like so, right? You know what eSpring mode is. Oh, pulled in spring settings. I take that, pop it up here, so we have you be eSpring mode. JPH eSpring mode. All right, there we go. There's somewhere else I'm missing it. Because in here it's using spring mode. Spring mode is a param, it's just an int. Spring mode is set through the UI. Now here's the problem. We're doing physics server make instance, and we're doing that on the Jolt physics server, which is passing in an int and then doing this. So because this is taking an int, because this is taking that, I need to pass it in as an int. Then we need you to be int. And down here, so it would just be a static cast of eSpring mode with that. Yeah. There was a way to export a nums. You did it once, as far as I know. The problem isn't exporting the enum. The problem is that the enum is part of the Jolt physics library, and that stuff is compartmentalized and not accessible in the Godot side of things. It's only accessible in the physics server side of things. Because if I go into this, which is our node, this is all our Godot stuff. If I go JPH spring mode, it's going to have a whole issue here with the JPH side of things. So even if I go into here and change this to JPH spring mode. Still like undeclared identifier JPH. And even if I just simplify it down to spring mode and pull that in, now you're going to have an issue with this because it's a separate third-party thing. One thing I do want to do... I can close those out. And undo you. Close those. In here, I want to do add property, spring mode. Well, it's just going to be a property info. Variant int. Spring mode. Property hint enum. I need to put the enums in there. I need to go set spring mode. Get spring mode. There. So in here, is it frequency damping, stiffness damping? I forget which one was first. Okay, so frequency and dampening is first, stiffness and dampening is second. So, yeah, that'll be good. 0 and 1. Let's see. Dang. You do a scones platform, Linux BSD, target editor, architecture can be 8664. Shouldn't need to rebuild all of it. Just the bits that use all the stuff that I've touched, which is most things. Ah, there we are. Godot physics server joint make distance. That's what we need to update. There it is. Lovely. Oh. Nice stretch. I really hope that this frequency dampening works. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be upsetting. Come on. Jeez, it's been 9 hours. 9 hours. 4.5 to 5 hours of that was getting the overlay working. The great thing about the new overlay is I can do this. So get all up in your face. Yeah. I don't think any of you were expecting that. Alright, let's copy the binary Godot editor to local alt do. Oh, yep. Oh, no. But a RAM. There we go. Frequency dampening. I'll snooze those. Because if this works, I'm getting dinner. See how that's now... Well... It's definitely dampening. It's definitely dampening. I wonder if this is too high for the frequency dampening. I think it is. This could actually be what we need. Oh, what do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Player. I want to have the... Sure, let me just do that. I don't want them to be able to sleep. Now do a 180 while holding it. I will. And you will see that it will do something. I'm not even going to try and guess what it will do, because I will probably be wrong. I do think that the spring is still too, like, the stiffness is still too much. But it is like slowing it down over time. So I think it's just too much of a spring. I've said frequency too. The stiffness becomes the frequency when you use frequency and damping. See, now that's too weak. Down at 2. So if we pop it at 4. I mean, for all I know, the change I made isn't actually doing anything, and it's still using stiffness and dampening. So I think it's still the same. I think it's still using the spring, like the stiffness and damping. That's not damping. The door's cool. Thank you. Thank you. It's my own design. It's supposed to be where that black section there is, but yeah. Got that little bit there. And it does that little stop. Like, stops. Locks in. Yeah. In Blender. I made it in Blender, but I did the animation in Godot. If I change that to stiffness and damping, let's just see what happens if I change it to stiffness and damping. Yeah, so now I can't even pick it up because stiffness and damping requires me to crank that way up. If I put it at 1, then it's going to end up dangling underneath, which doesn't reflect the spring at all. see. Alright. I do like the spring for this. I think under here, we also want to go export a num, frequency, stiffness, spring type, ints, rabbit, we go disjoint, spring mode, object, spring type. So if I have it as that for frequency and dampening, and we go to puzzles, bait block, set you to stiffness, I shouldn't be able to, actually no, if we view as frequency, the lids, if I set them to stiffness, I shouldn't be able to move them because the stiffness is too low. Yeah, perfect. So now it's just a matter of finding the right values and stuff. What else would we do with that? 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 I'm thinking, yeah, the shapes are rigid bodies. The shapes are rigid bodies. Let's see. Let's go here. We haven't seen them for a while, so we'll go there tonight. I'm going to contemplate this stuff. I don't think using this spring stuff is what we should be using for everything. That's the wrong name. That's why. That's why. There we go. I don't think using these springs for everything is the right way to go. I think we need to use these springs for things like the lid. For things that we're going to like grab and drag on a rope or something. And then for things that we pick up, I think I'm just going to have those be... I'm just going to have those lerp to the spring. Like lerp to the hold position. And the spring arm will control the distance away from them, like getting closer and further away and stuff. And we'll just do it that way. I think that's going to be a much better implementation. And then the player can like control, like move it further away and stuff like that. Yeah. We'll get that set up tomorrow, I think. That'll be our work tomorrow, is getting that interaction stuff done. I will see you then. Have a fantastic night, you dunce. Tomorrow we'll have the treadmill set up as well. Godot is good for AMD GPUs. I'm using an AMD GPU. Right there. Yeah. Alright. See you tomorrow, you dunce.